Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, Ms. Lawrence. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Mr. Moore. You may remember we met before. I'm counsel for the MTO. I'm just going to ask you a few questions today. I'll start with a line of questioning that Ms. Lawrence asked you about. I believe it was on Tuesday. Your view that the MTO was very guarded with its friction results, which is something that you've repeated a number of times in your testimony. And you told Ms. Lawrence on Tuesday that your view in this regard was based on the cloak dagger that we had to go through to get the information in the first place. And then you went on to say, I mean, they wanted to do the testing of our roadway. We said, okay, but we want a copy of that information. So I just want to clarify, what did you mean by the cloak and dagger that you had to go through to get that information?
Well, there seemed to be no direct communication between the MTO and the city that I was aware of, and that everything was going through Ludomir, Dr. Yarosowski, but I'm not aware of anything else that could or would happen in that regard. It seemed to be everything, they wanted to do everything through him.
Okay, and that was problematic for you at the time, even though Dr. Yarosowski was your consultant?
Well, it wasn't problematic at the time. I don't think we understood the sensitivity of the issue at the time. It was just it's more in hindsight now that it seems irregular. But I mean, at the time we were quite happy to deal with Ludomir. It didn't really. It wasn't our issue. It was MTO's issue that they wanted to do the testing. So.
Okay, and so we'll circle back to that. So at the time, you were satisfied, though, with MTO performing the tests and giving you the information. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And now in hindsight, you felt that MTO should have reached out directly to you and not worked with Dr. Yarosowski?
No, I didn't say that. This is how I developed my understanding that MTO didn't really want to talk out loud about their friction testing.
Okay, just in terms of the logistics of the communications at that time.
That's correct.
Okay, Registrar, would you please pull up Golder 3513? Thank you. And if you could call out the bottom portion of the email, that would be helpful. Okay, thank you very much. And so, Mr. Moore, you may recall this document. It was previously put to you, and this is the October 18th, 2007 email in which Chris Raymond of the MTO provides the results to Dr. Yarosowski, who then forwards it on to you. That's the top part of the chain there. So take a moment to review if you need to. Okay, and so at the bottom of the email, you'll see that Mr. Raymond states, should you have any questions regarding the results, please do not hesitate to contact us. And so this email was forwarded on to you. Did you consider contacting Mr. Raymond for further information about those test results?
I don't believe so. I didn't have any questions on the test results in 207 at the time.
Okay. Did you understand that if you did have questions, Mr. Raymond was offering to act as a resource for you?
I don't know whether I ever even recalled seeing this or recalling this. You know, had I recalled this maybe in 2013 or 14 when I had questions I may have, but everything we had done to that date had been through Ludomir with the MTO, so it never really occurred to contact them directly.
Okay. And so just to clarify, you didn't have any follow-up questions, so there was no need to reach out to MTO yourself or to direct Dr. Yuzerowski to do so?
At the time, no.
Okay. And now you'll also note here that Mr. Raymond states in the second sentence, please pass the results on to those involved with the project. And so you've said that it was your understanding that these test results shouldn't be circulated, but you'd agree that Mr. Raymond is saying, please distribute as necessary, essentially.
To those involved with the project, yeah, that's what it says. Again, my understanding from Ludomir was that MTO didn't want to talk about, you know, friction in an out loud voice, so to speak. And they were dealing with us through him.
Okay, and so you understood that through your discussions with Dr. Yuzerowski, you didn't have any specific discussions with MTO where they told you not to distribute these results?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, and now I'd like to circle back to something else you mentioned, which has now come up on a few occasions. You said they wanted to test our road, meaning MTO. We said they could as long as they gave us a copy of the results. Now, we've seen and heard evidence from many people that Dr. Yuzerowski, in fact, reached out to MTO to request this testing. So are you saying that at that time in 2007, this is what you understood? You understood that MTO was pushing for this test to be done for their own records?
That I believe that was my understanding at the time, is that I think I'd been made aware of that the early age low friction, and that was why they wanted to come in and test our SMA.
Okay, and so you believe that was your understanding at the time, but you can confirm that regardless, the friction testing wasn't at your direction. You didn't instruct Dr. Yuzerowski to coordinate this friction testing with MTO?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And Registrar, we can take this down, please. And if we could open up overview document 6 at image 59 and 60, I would appreciate that. Okay, and Registrar, would you please call out the top portion of image 60, the exchange? That's right, yes. Thank you. Okay, and so we're moving forward to 2013, and this concerns your 2013 interactions with Dr. Yuzerowski, wherein you're asking him to coordinate friction testing. So why did you want Dr. Yuzerowski to coordinate friction testing on your behalf here if you found it problematic in 2007?
First of all, I don't think I found it problematic in 2007. Again, the city wasn't initiating, as far as I know, skid testing in 2007. It was, from my belief, it was MTO that wanted to test our road. And then in this interaction, as Golder was already in the field doing other work, and they already had an assignment, and that he was familiar with the entire road, it didn't make sense to involve, in my view at that time, to involve anyone else other than to ask Ludomir if he could do the skid testing or arrange for it.
Okay. And you mentioned in response to Ms. Lawrence's questioning this week, specifically, she asked you whether Dr. Yuzerowski told you that he was going to reach out to MTO in 2013 as a first step. And you said you didn't recall, but it was probably the best idea for a first start. So fair to say that as of this time in 2013, you were satisfied with engaging MTO as a first best option to do this testing.
If that had been the discussion, yes, I wasn't aware of any other capability or to do it. So if he just said, I'm going to reach out to MTO, I would have been fine with that.
Okay. Weren't you aware of other providers that could offer skid testing, though? Didn't you engage John Emery previously to test the link?
I believe it did, but I don't think they were. I considered that skid testing. It was more friction testing of the aggregate in terms of British pendulum and sand patch testing, not the skid testing I guess I had in mind that the MTO does with their tow behind machine type of thing.
I see. Okay, and so between 2007 and at this time, September 2013, is this did you consider doing any other friction tests during that period?
No, not to my knowledge. I wasn't aware that it was something, it was not something the municipality did in any way, shape, or form. Nothing we had done or nothing that we had on as a standard test or anything like that. And as far as I knew, our numbers were good. No one had ever indicated that we needed to have any sort of a monitoring program. So it never came to light or in any discussion.
Okay. And now we do know that the pavement sustainability document recommended friction testing every 1 to 2 years. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Okay. And you have acknowledged that asphalt pavements can deteriorate over time. That would be fairly standard. Would you agree?
Asphalt pavement does deteriorate over time. Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, and you became aware, at least in 2007, that the MTO had developed concerns with SMA pavement. At that time, the early age friction problem, correct?
I had an understanding that they had a problem with their early age friction with their SMA. And that's why they tested ours, and they didn't see the same concern or numbers that they were getting.
Okay, and were you aware that MTO and various representatives of the industry formed the SMA task group to look into that issue?
I don't know whether I was aware of that. I may have been aware of it at the time, but I don't recall now.
Okay. Okay, and so just before leaving this document, at the very top, you write to Dr. Yuzerowski, and you ask, did we do any resistance testing in our last outing? Can we do it on both? So I just want to understand this question. Is it just that you couldn't recall one way or another whether additional testing had been conducted at the last outing?
I knew he was out there. Doing the 5 or 6 year review, and I don't know whether I was very busy at the time and didn't or couldn't look at what the protocol was or what he had been asked to do. So this was just a quick, did we do any? I don't remember type of thing. Can we do it on both? I believe that's where that comes from, but.
Okay, and you mentioned that when you referred to your last outing, you said, I believe I was referring to the last study he was doing of the freeway, the 5-year pavement condition. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay, and when you say our last outing, is that a field visit that you would have attended?
No, I mean, the last one that would have been this 5-year review that was still ongoing as far as I was concerned, I guess.
But by the last outing, are you referring to a specific occasion on which you and Dr. Yuzerowski went out to the roadway?
No, I believe I'm referring to our last review, our last report or last investigation.
As part of the 5-year.
As part of the 5-year, nothing that we attended in the field.
Okay, and so am I correct then that what you've said is you were just unsure at this time, there, given that there was a lot on the go, whether this had in fact taken place or not?
Yeah, it wasn't something that we normally did, so it was a question.
Okay. If it wasn't something you normally did, don't you think you would remember if it had in fact taken place?
Given the pace of the work around there and all the other things I had to do, no.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Registrar. We can call this down, and we don't require the OD6 anymore. Thank you. So, Mr. Moore, you also mentioned a number of times throughout your evidence that friction data generally is not disclosed due to concerns about potential lawsuits and liability, and that's your understanding about how MTO treats its friction data. Recall those statements?
I do.
Okay. And your understanding of MTO practices isn't based on any specific discussion with an MTO representative, is it? Is it more of a general impression that you've gained throughout the years?
It didn't come from anyone specific at MTO, and yes, that it was my experience in that regard, just talking to other people. Yes.
Okay. And did you understand that that the reason for that is because there's no bright line test to be applied to all the roads across the province? Or did you have an understanding of the rationale for not publishing raw data sort of in a vacuum?
I understood the sensitivity of information like that, as well as even our condition assessment type of stuff is not, raw data that we published at that time. It may be now, I'm not sure, but
Right.
I had an understanding of why that was, yes.
Okay. And I'm sure you're aware, given your long career in the field, that MTO has in fact published, contributed to many friction-related journal articles, publications, sort of educational pieces. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm aware of those.
And also, given your involvement on committees, CTAA conferences, OMPA conferences, I'm sure you would have seen MTO present at those conferences, sometimes on friction matters.
Yeah, I don't recall specifically, but I have seen MTO and been in participation with them on committees and presentations.
Okay. And then just to kind of summarize before moving on, it would seem that MTO at least provides the raw data in certain instances. For instance, we know the 2007 friction test results were provided to Golder and via Golder to the city. Is that fair?
For our road, yes.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Moore, last Friday, Ms. Lawrence asked you about whether you were able to recall a conversation with Becca Lane from the MTO that may have occurred in 2010 about friction on the Red Hill Parkway. Your response was no, I don't believe so. I don't ever recall talking to MTO about friction on the Red Hill ever. And so I just want to clarify, you're not saying that that discussion didn't happen, only that you have no recollection of such a conversation now in 2022?
That's correct. I don't have any recollection, but I believe that had I talked to Slane in that regard, I would have. It would have been a significant event that I would have recalled.
And is that the case even if it was more of an informal discussion, for instance, at a conference, a CTAA conference, an OMPA conference, something of that nature?
That's possible. I don't recall talking to her at any of those, but I can't dispute if Becca says that we had that type of a conversation. That's not something that I recall.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Moore, you were also asked yesterday, I believe, about the city's consideration of hod-in-place recycling on the Red Hill Valley Parkway. You mentioned or referred to the MTO testing hot-in-place in Thunder Bay. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Okay. And were you aware that MTO's trial in Thunder Bay did not involve SMA?
I believe I was aware of that. It was a hot in place trial, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. Those are my questions.
Mr. Commissioner, I have not had a chance to connect with counsel for Dufferin. They had reserved 10 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Lack. I'm counsel for Dufferin. We don't have any questions for Mr. Moore at this time.
Mr. Commissioner, I believe it's over to Mr. Letterman then.
Okay. Please proceed, Mr. Letterman.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning.
Commission counsel asked you if you recalled hearing about any concerns about aspects of the Red Hill Valley Parkway other than visibility, particularly with respect to slipperiness. And you mentioned that you recalled that you had some information of that nature, but did not specifically recall the details at that time. And I'm talking about the in 2013 timeframe. And I just want to direct your mind back to that portion of the evidence that you gave, I believe it was last Friday, in response to questions that Ms. Lawrence put you to. And perhaps the easiest way to orient you is to bring up HAM 439, if we could, Mr. Registrar. This is an email exchange between, if you just, yeah, that's right, thank you. It involves, if you carry on over to the next image, you'll see it begins with this communication from Sam Capistano to Terry McCleary, copying a number of individuals with the subject line Red Hill Expressway. And it starts with a reference to heavy rain and that there were issues with the Red Hill due to heavy rain. Police call us saying the ramps and the road is very slippery. Do you see that?
I do.
And prior to September of 2013, when this email makes its way to you, were there any other instances where you had learned of complaints regarding the slipperiness of the Red Hill?
I don't believe so. I mean, I wasn't involved in the operation of the roadway, so I don't, unless, you know, traffic had sent us or operations had sent some email. I don't know how I would know that type of or become aware of that type of an issue. So I not that I recall, and I don't believe it was the case.
Okay. And just scrolling back to the first page of this email string. Just give me a moment here. I just need to find the reference. Bear with me for 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry. If we can bring that one down, and I want to just go to GOL 2641, if we could. Yes, thank you. And just scrolling over to the next page, if we could. And page 3, thank you. Yes. You'll see this email from Martin White, September 25, 2013, which is addressed to you and a number of other individuals, in which Mr. Martin states, I have not heard this concern expressed previous to this latest incident. Do you see that?
I see that.
And if we go to image 3, I'm sorry, image 2 of this email string, you'll see there's the reply from Mr. McLennan. And he says in the first line on September 26, 2013, off the top of my head, I would say that there is not a significant claims history for slippery conditions on the RHVP, certainly no more than any other mountain cut, if I can call it that. You see that?
I see that.
And so looking at this exchange, there were concerns expressed from Mr. Capistano about heavy rainfall, and then comments from Mr. White, the manager of traffic operations, that he was not aware of any such complaints prior to this. And then you have Mr. McLennan, the manager of risk management, saying that there was no significant claims history for slippery conditions on the RHVP. And my question to you, Mr. Moore, is based on that, did you have a concern at that time about whether collisions in typical wet weather was an issue on the Red Hill?
I don't recall that I had any such concern, but not being in the operational or the risk mode, I don't know that it would concern me to that extent in any event, other than if the road was washing out or there was some sort of problem in terms of the separation of the road surface, but there's nothing that I believe would have caused me any concern in that regard.
All right, thank you. Can I ask, Mr. Registrar, you can take that down, and can we bring up OD6, image 87? At paragraph 230 and 231. This is an email exchange between Dr. Uzarowski and Mr. Taylor of Tradewind, in which Dr. Uzarowski is following up with Mr. Taylor for the friction testing results. And you'll see that in this email, Dr. Uzarowski states that he received a message from his client and that he needs the results this morning for a meeting with management to discuss the pavement issue. And you'll recall perhaps, Mr. Moore, during your testimony, Ms. Lawrence suggested to you that you did not have a meeting with management and that you were asking for these results to pass them on to Mr. DeJanko. Do you remember she was asking you about that?
I do remember that, yes.
Now, Ms. Lawrence did not ask you if you told Dr. Uzarowski that you had a meeting with management. And my question then to you, Mr. Moore, is when you asked for the friction test results, would you have told Dr. Uzarowski that you had had a meeting with management when you did not have such a meeting scheduled?
I don't believe I would have. I believe it was shown that I was off that morning. I wasn't even in the office as someone else was acting. So I don't know why I would tell them I had a meeting. It wasn't my nature to lie to somebody. I was simply asking my consultant, for the results in a timely fashion. What he told Mr. Taylor, I don't know.
Okay. You'll see then in the next paragraph of OD6 231, it refers to Dr. Uzarowski sending a second message a little over an hour later that read as follows. And it states, my client needs a comparison of friction numbers on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in Hamilton from 2007 and 2013. I have summarized 2007 and need the numbers for 2013. He needs my summary before noon. Could you send 2013 numbers to me? And why was it important for you, Mr. Moore, to have the comparison between 2007 and the 2013 results?
I don't know that they would have meant anything to me otherwise, but I don't know that at that time I was, directing him in that regard. But I mean, without a standard, I don't know how else you would be able to quantify any results other than a comparison to the ones you previously had.
Right, I understand. So you wanted to understand the results by having a comparison.
I believe that's what that's about.
Okay. And if we, Mr. Registrar, you can bring down that call out and go over to image 88 of OD6 and just bring up paragraph 233. And in response to the request for a comparison between the 2007 and 2013 results, Dr. Uzarowski sent you this email containing the average friction numbers for the 2007 and 2013 testing, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And when you received this email, Mr. Moore, Dr. Uzarowski doesn't include any disclaimer that the 2007 and 2013 results are not directly comparable, does he?
I don't see anything there, no.
And as I understood your evidence was that you had understood that the 2007 and 2013 results, which Dr. Uzorowski provided to you, to be directly comparable, and that you had no other information, that they weren't an apples to apples comparison. And I just want to make sure I have your evidence correct on that.
I believe that's correct. I mean, my inference here is, I mean, I can only read, here's what we had before, here's what we have now. I don't know that there is anything else. You know, if they're not the same numbers, I would have expected, you know, some sort of qualifier that said the grip tester numbers have to be adjusted by X or in whatever fashion that was. So my inference, correctly or incorrectly, was that they were apples to apples.
And if they were not apples to apples, or as you say, if there was some qualification or limitation to how to interpret the comparison of these numbers, what would you have expected Dr. Uzorowski to advise you at this time when he provided this information to you?
The same information that he provided 5 years or 4 years later, when he told me that they weren't apples to apples, or that the grip tester numbers were more conservative. I mean, I don't believe there was anything in the report or anything in any summary they ever provided to indicate otherwise.
Thank you. Can I ask you, Mr. Registrar, you can take down this document, and if we could bring up GOL 2981, please. This is, as you'll recall, Mr. Moore, the draft Golder report, and which Dr. Uzorowski sent you a copy of on January 31, 2014. And if we could go to image 10, please, where it sets out the friction testing section. You'll see in the paragraph listed under the table, Dr. Uzorowski or Golder states in this report, although the friction number, FN values, are higher than when measured in 2007, immediately after construction, between 30 and 34, they are considered to be relatively low. Typically, the FN values should be at least equal to or higher than 40 to be considered adequate. In the United Kingdom, for example, the FN value should be at least 48 for a motorway pavement. And when it says in that first sentence that the friction number values are higher than when measured in 2007, was that consistent with your understanding that the 2007 and 2013 friction testing results were directly comparable?
Yes, absolutely.
And if Dr. Uzorowski or Golder was of the view at that time that the 2007 and 2013 testing results were not directly comparable, would you have expected that to be stated in this report?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't know how you, unless you applied that adjustment to the numbers and then compared. But even if you'd done that, it still should have been noted somewhere, but there's nothing here to indicate that there's any quantification between the different testing methods.
What standard did you understand Golder to be applying in its assessment that even though the FN values were higher than when measured in 2007, that they are considered to be relatively low, and that the FN value should be at least equal to or higher than 40 to be considered adequate? What standard did you understand Golder to be applying?
It's basically this statement is basically saying the same as the Trademan report, and I implied from that it was the United Kingdom standard. There was no other standard that I was being presented with at the time.
I want to, okay, we can just bring that down for a moment. As I understood your evidence back in May, when you were being questioned about the initial friction testing that was performed by the MTO, Dr. Uzorowski advised that the 2007 friction results were better than the MTO was typically getting on its SMA pavements. And I want to bring up OD7, image 59. Paragraph, oh, I'm sorry, just a moment. Maybe OD6. Just give me a moment. Yes, pardon me. It is OD6, the same OD document we were in prior to that. You'll see at paragraph 150. Yes, thank you. It carries on to page 60 of OD6. You have this exchange with Dr. Uzorowski about skid resistance testing. And you'll see that in the response to your question, Dr. Uzorowski says, we did very limited, a few locations only, skid testing on the Red Hill Valley right after construction. That is in 2007, and got good numbers, better than MTO typically has. We haven't done any skid testing on the link. Do you see that?
See that?
And following the testing, so just a moment, just before, there's no reference here to the 2007 results being good from an early age friction perspective. And I guess my question is, was this consistent with your understanding that the 2007 friction test results were generally acceptable to the MTO?
I believe so. I was aware that they had an early age friction problem and that the numbers we got were good numbers and we were good to go. There was no quantification or indication that they're good from a low friction characterization, and you need to monitor them as you go to make sure you achieve some other number. It's just these are good, you're good to go.
And following the 2007 testing, and that was the understanding that you had been given, did Dr. Uzorowski tell you that FN values should be at least or higher than 40 to be considered adequate?
I don't believe I ever seen that number until it was suggested in the 5-6 year review comments, and that was in regard to the English, the British standard.
Did in 2007, at the time that you get these results from Dr. Uzarowski, did he tell you that the city should do repeat testing to ensure that the FN values reach 40?
I don't ever recall any suggestion of that. Even in the when we were going to do the 5-year review, there was never a suggestion that skid testing was part of Golder's parameters to review.
Well, let's look at that, actually. If we bring up GOL 3779, this is the proposal for the 5-year review, dated March 1, 2013. Do you see that?
I see that.
And in the first paragraph, it states Golder is pleased to provide the following proposal to the city of Hamilton. The purpose is to estimate the condition of the pavement on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2013, 5 years after it was constructed. And then it goes on to say the scope of work for this project is identified below. And then it lists the investigations and analyses that Golder is proposing to do to evaluate the condition of the pavement. You see that?
I see that.
And you'll see that friction testing is not listed anywhere in this proposal or is included in any part of the list or investigations or further analyses that Golder is proposing to do to evaluate the condition of the pavement, isn't it?
No, there's no component of friction testing anywhere within this.
And if Golder had been of the view that friction testing or repeat friction testing ought to have been conducted to evaluate the condition of the pavement, what would your expectation have been as to whether or not that would have been included in this 5-year review scope of work?
I don't know what my expectation was, other than Ludemer was usually pretty thorough at including whatever he felt needed or should be or could be looked at.
And if Golder thought that friction testing needed to or should be looked at, would you have expected it to be included in this list of tests Golder was recommending?
I would have expected whatever they thought needed to be done would have been in here, yes.
And the fact that it's not included there as being a proposed test to conduct, to what extent was that consistent with your understanding that the 2007 results were good and that no additional testing was required to ensure that the friction values increased by a certain amount?
I wasn't ever expecting to do friction testing again. There'd been no talk of it, no discussion, no maybe we'll need to look at this in the future type of thing. So I had no expectation that we were going to be doing any friction testing again.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Registrar, if you don't mind. And let's go back to OD6, where we were looking at that exchange between Mr. Moore and it's page 60 of OD6. Yes, that's the exchange we were looking at a moment ago between Dr. Yuzurowski and Mr. Moore. And in your question at the top of the page that we've called out here, Mr. Moore, when you asked Dr. Yuzurowski to do skid testing, you specifically note that during the last few heavy rain incidents, police were attributing accidents to the slipperiness of the pavement. You see that?
I see that.
And why was it that you were sharing that information with Dr. Yuzurowski?
I guess I needed to give him a background on why I'd be asking for this, given that we'd never discussed anything, so that, give him a background or reason or an overview on why we might be wanting to do this.
And is it fair to say that you wanted Golder to have the context for which you were making this request?
It's possible. I prefer to think it more as I've heard this. This is why I want to do it. To address, what I've heard. It becomes context, but I don't know that I was cognizant of that at the time.
Okay. Can I ask you to look back at GOL 2981? And I'm sorry to be popping around again, but we're back into the draft Golder report. And if we go back to, yes, thank you, the section 5 and section 6 dealing with friction testing and 6 dealing with analysis and recommendations. Let me ask you this, and we've reviewed this a few times over the course of your testimony, Mr. Moore, but did you understand from the analysis and recommendations here that Golder was indicating that the 2013 friction results indicated that there was a potential safety issue on the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't believe I perceived anything that they said in that light. The numbers we got were higher than the initial numbers, and until the issue of comparing them to some unknown standard could be rationalized, they're simply better numbers. If the first, my implication, rightly or wrongly, was that if the first set of numbers were good and the second set of numbers are higher, then there's no problem.
And I have a similar or the same question with respect to the subsequent discussion that you testified about, in which you raised that concern or question with Dr. Uzarowski when you met with him on February 7, 2014, and discussed the trade wind report. My question is, at that time, when you talked to Dr. Uzarowski about this, did he indicate to you in that discussion that these friction results posed any potential safety issue on the Red Hill?
I don't recall any discussion in that regard, no.
Okay. Now, you're a professional engineer, Mr. Moore,
That's correct.
and you know that Dr. Uzarowski is a professional engineer as well.
Yes, sir.
And you're aware of guidelines that are set out by the PEO, the Professional Engineers of Ontario, that are established by the regulator of engineers, correct?
I'm aware of those. Yeah.
And if we could bring up Exhibit 89, HAM 64291. These are the guidelines from the PEO. As I understand it, the PEO is the licensing and regulatory body for professional engineers in Ontario.
I believe so.
And if we could go over to image 4. This talks about, under section 1, the PEO mandate and criteria for guidelines. And the purpose thank you. I'm sorry, can we bring down that call out? Yeah, you'll see, sorry, in that first paragraph, Section 2, sub 4.2 of the Professional Engineers Act states, for the purpose of carrying out its principal object, PEO shall establish, maintain, and develop standards of qualification and standards of practice for the practices of professional engineering. See that?
I see that.
And it goes on to say this: the association's professional standards committee is responsible for developing practice standards and preparing guidelines. And that's consistent with your understanding as to what these guidelines are intended to provide?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go over to image 9, this deals with an engineer's duty to report in the course of a client engagement. And the guideline provides that engineers should do the following if they identify any potential harm. And I just want to bring that up. And you'll see in the left-hand column towards the bottom of the page, the last full paragraph at the bottom of the page, what should engineers do if in the course of carrying out their work, they discover situations that endanger safety or the public welfare. In most cases, however, here is how you should try to deal with any situation you believe might endanger the safety of or welfare of the public. And then the PEO provides a number of points of guidance as to what an engineer should do. And if looking at 1 through 4, you'll see that the PEO establishes that the first step is for the engineer to assure themselves that the problem is real and that they correctly assess the potential harm that might result. You see that in subparagraph 1, Mr. Moore?
I do.
And then the next steps are to advise the client of the issue and take all reasonable steps to ensure the client is aware of any danger that you believe might result from a failure to deal with the situation. See that in number 2.
Yes.
Number sorry, that was 2 and 3.
Yep.
Following that, the engineer should follow up with the client after a reasonable period of time to see if appropriate action has been taken. Do you see that?
I see that.
And you'll see in the second sentence under number 4, the engineer should advise the client or employer that because of the engineer's duty under the Professional Engineers Act, it will be necessary to take this matter to appropriate authorities if the client or employer does not take action. You see that?
I see that.
And you knew and understood of these obligations that were required of professional engineers in the province of Ontario.
I was aware of them, yes.
And you expected that professional engineers engaged by the city, you would expect them to follow these guidelines as well.
All engineers, yes.
And if an engineering consultant identified a potential harm, how would you expect the engineer to communicate concerns about potential harms to a client?
It's been my past experience with other engineering firms in other asset management related reviews, such as bridges, that if a bridge was found to be unsound, that I would be notified immediately that the bridge needed to be closed, or that if a slope was unstable, that remedial steps needed to be taken. So I'd experienced in the past that the firms, if they found something of that nature, would give you notice. Even if it was something that said, it's not something that needs to be done today, but it needs to be done, within the next 6 months or before the next freeze thaw cycle or something of that nature. That was usually the practice that we see.
And given the nature of this reporting, would you expect that communication or that provision of notice to a client would be in writing?
Yeah, usually that's how it comes. If something's immediate, you may get a phone call and then followed up with written clarification and notification. But
okay,
if Mr. Commissioner, yeah, Mr. Commissioner, my apologies for interrupting my friend's examination. Mr. Letterman has twice put to Mr. Moore what his expectations would be in reporting, and the quote I'm quoting Mr. Letterman now, to a client. Certainly, in my view, it's absolutely appropriate for Mr. Letterman to be asking Mr. Moore about his expectations of of engineering consultants to him, but in suggesting the broader request for commentary on how clients should expect things, I fear this is treading into something that looks more like Mr. Moore providing some sort of evidence generally about the standards of professional engineers. And certainly Mr. Moore is not here to do that kind of opinion evidence. So I just wanted to raise before Mr. Letterman continues my concern about treading into the potential of giving expert evidence rather than Mr. Moore's personal expectations about dealing with his colleagues who are professional engineers.
So that's a fair point, and my question was not for Mr. Moore to comment about the expectation of clients generally, but it is to refer to his personal expectation as an engineer, but also as an engineer who will retain other consultants as engineers as a client, but not clients at large.
And to be fair to Mr. Moore, he answered that, I think, with that understanding. I just, a couple of questions have gone by, and I just wanted to raise that concern with you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, may I just add an additional point here is that the
Yes.
obligations under the Professional Engineers Act are not disputed. And the evidence of Dr. Uzarowski is that he didn't identify a safety concern. So this seems all a bit academic. I'm not sure where we're going with it.
Well,
I don't think this is whether it's academic in Ms. Roberts' view or not. I don't view it as academic, and I think it goes to key issues for this inquiry to consider in the terms of reference. So,
Well, I'm having trouble seeing how this is of any relevance when it's framed at the very general level at which you have been proceeding. It's true, but it's not related to anything in this inquiry thus far.
well, I think we'll have to, that will be the subject presumably of our closing submissions, Commissioner, as to whether or not there was a safety issue raised by this, as to whether that is an issue for this commission to evaluate.
Well, you haven't in any of the questioning thus far even used the words safety issue.
Well, this entire section is devoted to an engineer's duty to report in the event that there is a risk of harm, which harm and safety issue I view as synonymous.
Well, I'll allow you to proceed. I'm just not sure how far this is of particular relevance. The issue becomes whether or not there was such an issue, which is a different question altogether.
Very well. I'm going to move on in any event to ask Mr. Moore about whether we can take down the guidelines. And I can just ask you, Mr. Moore, if Dr. Uzarowski had any concerns about safety or potential safety issues on the Red Hill, given the 2013 friction results, what would you have expected him to do?
I would have expected him to identify those concerns to me.
Thank you. And I think you've answered this, but just so it is clear, did Dr. Uzarowski ever express such a concern to you?
Not that I recall, no.
If we could bring up GOL 2981. and go to image 114. That is the Tradewind report conclusion. You'll see in the second last paragraph, last sentence, we recommend.
Yes.
Here in this, in the Tradewind report, the last sentence is, we recommend that a more detailed investigation be conducted and possible remedial action be considered to enhance the surface texture and friction characteristics of the Red Hill Valley Parkway based on the friction measurements recorded in the survey. Commission counsel had asked you whether you thought that Tradewind's recommendation for further investigation indicated a safety issue on the Red Hill Valley. And as I understood your evidence, you said you did not view this recommendation for further investigation to indicate a safety issue on the Red Hill, because it's not unusual to recommend, for a consultant to recommend additional investigations. And a similar question that I was asking you with respect to your expectation of Dr. Uzarowski, I'm going to ask you in terms of your expectation of Tradewind. If Tradewind had a concern about safety or potential safety concern arising from its findings, what would you have expected Tradewind to say in its report?
I would have expected nothing less from any engineering firm to identify any safety issue or a timeline to deal with that. It had been the case.
Okay. And we can bring down that call out and go back to image 10 and 11, when you, which is the conclusions, analysis, and recommendations of Golder in the draft report. You'll agree with me, Mr. Moore, that Golder does not include any timelines as to when its recommendations about shot blasting or skid abrating should be implemented. Does it?
I was just looking for where they were suggesting shot blasting or skid abrating.
Oh, I'm sorry, just a moment. Sorry, I misspoke. I'm talking about sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say microsurfacing. You'll see in the second last paragraph on the second page, on the remaining portion of the RHVP, the existing cracks in the surface core should be routed and sealed to prevent the ingress of water and incompressible material into the pavement structure. A pavement structure following the routing and sealing, it is recommended that a single layer of microsurfacing be applied by carrying out the mill and overlay where required and applying microsurfacing. The issue of relatively low FN on the Red Hill Valley Parkway would also be addressed. You see that?
I see that.
And so I misspoke when I said shot blasting. I meant to say microsurfacing. Did Golder here, as their recommendation for conducting microsurfacing, indicate or include any timelines by which they were suggesting that this be carried out?
I don't see any indication of any timelines on any of their recommendations.
Okay. And I think, as I understood what you were saying a moment ago, is that if there had been any safety concern at all about this, you would have expected the consultant to express a point about setting a particular time frame by which a remedial step or a recommendation be implemented. Is that right?
I would have expected that would have been prudent, yes.
And in the absence of a specific timeline being set out, what was your understanding regarding the urgency, if any, associated with this recommendation?
I believe I took that these are things you can do. They're recommendations. They're are options of what you can do when you're ready to do it. And there's no urgency in any regard to doing any of these.
Okay, and so that was your understanding from the Golder reference in the draft Golder report. And let's now look back over at the timeline, if any, set out in the Tradewind report. And if we could go back to image 114. We're now in the last page of the Tradewind report. And again, in that, if we can highlight, Mr. Registrar, the last sentence of the middle paragraph. We recommend that a more detailed investigation be conducted and possible remedial action be considered to enhance the surface texture and friction characteristics of the Red Hill Valley Parkway based on the friction measurements recorded in the current survey. Tradewind similarly does not provide a timeline for its recommendation that the city conduct further investigation and consider possible remedial measures, does it?
No, it does not.
And Mr. Taylor's evidence was that he did not know how Tradewind would have ascertained any urgency in this case, given the lack of standards in Canada to compare it to. And my question, Mr. Moore, is that in the absence of a specific timeline, what was your understanding regarding the urgency, if any, of Tradewind's recommendation?
Well, even if they're comparing it to the British standard, they're still only just recommending additional investigation and possible remediation be considered, so that there doesn't seem to be any implied urgency in any of that.
Thank you, Mr. Registrar. We can take that call out down, and let's now go back to the microsurfacing recommendation in the Golder draft report, which is at image 10 and 11. Thank you. We were just looking at that paragraph on the second page in terms of the recommendation for microsurfacing. What did you understand, Mr. Moore, about Golder's recommendation regarding microsurfacing?
It was primarily to seal the pavement. I mean, you can't possibly get all of the cracks by routing and sealing. So in order to prevent the ingress, that the microsurfacing was a possible option to be considered.
And so that was the primary purpose. And what about the relationship of the microsurfacing in connection with friction?
Well, I don't know that I was convinced there was any low FN. So I don't know whether that it was applicable or not. And even so, that, was the microsurfacing going to be higher than what we had out there? There was no way to measure that either. So, I mean, I think that was on my mind at the time, but I know that microsurfacing was going to seal the surface is what the primary attempt was.
I think you had said and testified earlier that your that microsurfacing was not something that you had had a successful experience with previously. You recall that?
Yes.
And if we could bring up GOL 6453, please. And if we go to image 3 and call out the paragraph under the chart above the heading closure. This is a copy of a draft Golder report flowing from the proposal that Dr. Uzorowski had sent to you in 2017 to evaluate the pavement surface and aggregates of the RHVP. And Dr. Uzorowski provides Gordon McGuire a draft copy of this in December of 2018, which then leads to a final copy being given to the city in March of 2019. And I recognize, Mr. Moore, that you would not have received a copy of this report at the time. However, it does reference communications between Golder and the city about skid resistance on the Red Hill during your tenure as Director of Engineering, and that's why I want to ask you about it. And if we yeah, sorry, if we can then look at the bottom part of the paragraph that says other treatments. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says other treatments could be the application of microsurfacing. However, although this improves frictional characteristics, seals the cracks, and can correct minor dips in a pavement, it is significantly more expensive than shot blasting. It also requires good weather conditions for successful application. You see that?
I see that.
And is that reference to those challenges or problems, is that consistent with your understanding of the limitations of microsurfacing?
Sealing the cracks and correcting minor dips, and yes, it absolutely does require perfect weather conditions for a successful application.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Registrar. And we can bring down the document entirely. Thanks. In your evidence this week, Mr. Moore, you were asked some questions about your view about following recommendations of consultants. And you, I think, described, as I recall your evidence, that when you were asked about following recommendations of consultants, you talked about feeling the need to be an informed client. And I just wanted to ask you, what do you mean by that?
You need to be an informed client in all stages of the engagement of a consultant in your ability to identify what you're really asking him to do or your expectations from him, giving direction throughout what they're doing. A lot of the times the consultant doesn't understand initially what you're going through. Given the fact that I was on the consultant side for 7 years, I understand that side of it and how the consultant field works and what they're looking for and what they need. And the more clarity that you can give them and better understand how they're working, the better product you're going to get back from them at the most economical or fulsome type of report from them. There are times where an uninformed client will get back what he put into it, and that's not always the fault of the consultant. So in order to be to get back what you really need from them, you need to put in as much as they are and understand what you're getting back. And you can't just blindly accept their recommendations as they are, because sometimes they don't understand what all of the constraints are. And if you're looking for options, and then you're going to do your own recommendations from those, or whether you're looking for hard recommendations and having them look at all of the constraints that may come to bear on whatever you're trying to achieve, that's got to be part of it.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to go back to the period of time between January 31, 2014, or really when you meet with Dr. Uzarowski on February 7, 2014, and the period of time between then and December 2015. And there are no emails between you and Dr. Uzarowski regarding friction testing results in that time frame between February 2014 and December 2015. And having regard to the fact that there is no written communication, did Dr. Uzarowski, to the best of your recollection, follow up with you at any time between your meeting with him on February 7, 2014 and December 2015 regarding the friction test results?
Not that I recall, and I don't believe I've seen any emails, reports, or correspondence to the contrary. So I can't or support that. I just don't know.
And how about follow up at all with respect to the recommendation relating to microsurfacing?
Similarly, I don't have any evidence to support or dispute it.
And did he raise any concerns with you that a failure to investigate the matter further could lead to a safety or a potential safety concern on the Red Hill?
Not that I'm aware. I mean, I would have an expectation of if he'd had concerns of that nature, we'd have seen correspondence to that, and he would have arranged meetings. And I don't believe that there was anything that I can recall of that nature.
You were asked, and I believe your evidence was that when you reviewed the Golder and Tradewind reports in 2014, you were confused by the fact that the 2013 results were considered relatively low under a UK standard, but the results were higher than what the MTO had found to be acceptable in 2007. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
And you were asked actually a number of times by Ms. Lawrence as to whether you were sure that you had asked Dr. Uzorowski for clarification on the application of the UK standard during your discussion with him in February of 2014. And I think you were clear in your evidence that this is what you recalled. And can you just tell us why you are reasonably confident that you did raise that question or concern with Dr. Uzorowski in your February 2014 meeting?
That was the single biggest thing in the Golder report and the appended Tradewind that just jumped off the page and made no sense in being able to ascertain the value of the friction results. Without that clarification, or well, this is why this is, or why we should use it, which none of the reports indicated anything in that fashion. There was nothing else to tell me other than the comparison back to the 207 results.
Okay. Can we look at OD7? OD7, page 82. Paragraph 256, which recites Dr. Uzorowski's response to you of December 17, 2015, attaching the Tradewind report. And in the text of his email, he says, please find attached the November 2013 report from Tradewind on friction testing on Red Hill and Link. I will look at some standards or anticipated values and call you. And my question to you, Mr. Moore, is that consistent with what you had asked Dr. Uzorowski to do when you met with him on February 7, 2014?
Partially, I believe. In reference to the standards, I don't know what the anticipated values is, but it seems to be at least addressing some of the outcomes of the report. Yes.
And then you'll see in the next paragraph 257, following that December 17 email to you, Dr. Uzorowski emails Mr. Taylor of Tradewind, and you'll see, Mr. Registrar, you'll see in the indented portion on 257, just the last sentence. All right, that's fine. He says to Mr. Taylor, do you know if there is any correlation between GTN and FN? The GTN limits you gave in the report are from the UK. Do you know what limits are typically used in the US or in Canada? And is the information that Dr. Uzorowski is now asking Mr. Taylor for in December 2015 consistent with what you had asked Dr. Uzorowski to do in 2014 when you met with him on February 7 with respect to understanding why the results were good according to the MTO, but relatively low as per the UK standard.
No, not really, but I mean, these are critical to understanding how the numbers between the MTO method and the grip tester method. I don't know how you present any recommendations without understanding how these apply.
And you were asked a few times by Ms. Lawrence and also by Ms. Roberts about whether you had followed up with Dr. Uzorowski between February 2014 and December 2015 to try to get the answers that you had asked Dr. Uzorowski in 2014. And let me ask you, what was your experience with Dr. Uzorowski's general level of responsiveness to your requests?
Ludimir was a busy guy. Dr. Uzorowski was a busy guy, and I believe you've seen a few times where I had to remind him that things were outstanding. If I had an urgency for them.
And I think you've said that you didn't understand Golder or Tradewin to have expressed any view as to urgency with respect to their recommendations.
This was an information report. How are we doing on the 5-year review? Here's what we found out there. Got some outstanding questions, and there was no urgency for any action that I was aware of coming out of any report. And as far as I can recall, this was not something of any urgency that was sitting on the corner of my desk.
And was it your practice, Mr. Moore, to follow up with your consultants for matters that you did not understand to be urgent or otherwise time sensitive?
If I didn't have a need for it, given the normal level of work that was going on there, then I wasn't any better than anybody else in chasing things that weren't, of an urgent nature.
Okay. Could we bring up GOL 2698, please? We've looked at this exchange of correspondence before. Might as well bring up page 2 as well of the string of emails. This is the exchange in 2016 that you have with Dr. Uzorowski regarding additional skid testing. Remember, you were asked some questions about that, and your email at the bottom of page 1 that is, well, it starts at the top of page 2. You indicate that spending $300,000 for testing is too much, and you reiterate your request for testing on 4 to 6 spots. And again, similar to the questions I was asking about in the 2014 timeframe or 2015 timeframe, we're now in 2016. Did Dr. Uzorowski at any time in the 2016 timeframe express any safety concerns or potential safety concerns with respect to the friction levels of the Red Hill if you did not proceed with shot blasting or skid abrading?
I don't believe so. I don't recall any specific conversation, but I believed it was, if you want to do this type of thing, here's what you can do.
All right. Between this time, March 2016 and 2018, did Dr. Uzorowski ever follow up with you at any point to discuss or to pursue shot blasting or skid resistance?
I don't believe so. I think we were focused on the resurfacing at that time, but I don't recall any specific conversation in that regard.
Okay. And again, if Dr. Uzarowski had any concern that a failure to pursue shot blasting or skid abrading might lead to safety concerns or an increase in wet weather collisions, what would you have expected him to do?
As anyway, I would expect them to bring it to my attention in more than some a more formal fashion. And I mean, if it was that important, I mean, not just give up or be put off, but, you know, document that hey, I've told you this, you have that decision, but I don't recall anything in that regard.
And you mentioned at least formally, but what about informal? Did he bring any concerns to you, even in informal setting?
I don't recall.
At this point in time, 2016, did you have any experience with shot blasting and skid abrading?
No, I've never had any experience in that regard.
And why were you not interested in the shot blasting and skid abrading?
From my, I mean, I don't recall what exactly I said at the time, other than what I've said here. It's, you know, the costliness of it, and it wasn't addressing all of the things that we were needing to be done. The addressing of the humps and bumps or sumps or whatever you want to call them, as well as the other cracking. So, I mean, we were still looking for an all-encompassing something to address those things.
You gave evidence, Mr. Moore, that the decision to resurface the Red Hill was made around April of 2016, and that the primary reason for the resurfacing was to address cracking and sealing the pavement. And if the proper high friction type of mix is used, a high friction surface would also be achieved. Do you recall giving that evidence?
I believe so.
And what role, if any, did the timing of the resurfacing play in the reason for not carrying out friction testing in 2016?
I don't believe I felt it was necessary. There's nothing that it was going to tell us to feed into our what we were going to pave. So, I mean, I don't know what it would have accomplished.
Well, I guess I'm putting it in the context in 2016, in the context of getting that Lakewood Beach community. We looked at that correspondence where there was the suggestion that skid testing would be done in 2016. I guess my question is, what role, if any, did the plans to resurface in April of 2016 have on the fact that friction testing was not ultimately carried out in 2016?
I believe that I was under the impression that it would have resolved their concern with the Red Hill by providing a new pavement. I mean, I believe their concerns. I mean, they had asked for friction testing as something that would have led to repaving had it been low, but we're going to do the repaving, so it was really a moot point to address their concerns.
Okay. We can take down this document, Mr. Registrar. In November of 2017, you and Dr. Uzorowski discussed the possibility of doing hot-in-place recycling on the Red Hill. And can you just tell us why were you interested in looking to use hot-in-place?
We had already committed to doing that resurfacing, but the hot-in-place offered a very large opportunity for project savings, as I believe I mentioned yesterday, something in the neighborhood of $12 to $15 million on that resurfacing of the Red Hill alone. And if it was successful, I believe that if it was a successful application there, then possibly there were other roads within the Hamilton area that we could use the technology. So it was very interesting. I mean, we were in a huge roads deficit in terms of the monies available for expenditure on road restoration within the city. So any opportunity that we could take to take advantage of technology to stretch the dollar was things that we looked at with great interest.
And what about the benefits in respect of road closures?
Well, I mean, there was the hot-in-place. I mean, if you don't have to remove the material, which saved hundreds, if not thousands, of loads of material being on city streets and then coming back in the same fashion in the terms of new material. So, I mean, there's a very ecologically related savings in there, as well as the time frame. If you have to shave it and pave it and close it and open it and close it and open it, there is an implication. It's much more livable than if you have to reconstruct the highway, but it's a train. It can go. It doesn't affect by other traffic by increasing truck traffic in that fashion.
So you're talking to Dr. Uzorowski in November 2017 about the possibility of doing hot-in-place. Did Dr. Uzorowski follow up with you regarding shot blasting or skid abrading between March of 2016, when we were looking at that correspondence, and this time frame, November 2017, when you started considering hot-in-place?
I don't recall.
And did Dr. Uzorowski tell you that he had any concerns about considering hot-in-place in relation to any concerns about frictional characteristics of the roadway?
No, he was quite supportive and quite excited about assisting us in the investigation of this method.
Okay. As I understood your evidence, you began splitting your time with the LRT project from January 2017 onwards, and what was your, in January of 2018, what was your level of involvement in the resurfacing project?
I don't know exactly what it was. I likely still had my finger in the pie, but I was probably 50 to 60% of my time. My total available time was LRT between that and all my other duties.
And who was leading that project at this point in time? We're talking about the resurfacing in the January 2018 timeframe.
Memory serves me correctly. By that time, it was in design. So I think Mike Beck was primarily arranging meetings and tracking progress and that type of thing.
Okay. And now just going to the questions that you were asked, a number of questions by Commission Council about a meeting held on March 9, 2018 with city representatives and Dr. Uzorowski. And you'll recall that you were asked about this meeting in which Dr. Uzorowski provided his views about the feasibility of hot in place recycling. Do you remember that sequence and that exchange?
I do.
Okay. And as I understood your evidence, Mr. Moore, your recollection was that Mr. Wiley's views about the feasibility of hot in place on SMA was different than what Dr. Uzorowski had been saying at this meeting. Is that right?
If I recall correctly, up until that time, everything I'd heard from Mr. Wiley and Dr. Uzorowski was that, this was a highly likely adoptable type of a technology that we could do on this road. And I believe at this time, after 4 or 5 months of investigation, now I'm hearing that it's not.
Okay, I see it is 11:30, Mr. Commissioner. I do have some other questions relating to this hot in place topic, but I can do that following the morning break.
Well, that's fine. I appreciate that. Then let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 11:45.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed, Mr. Lederman.
Thank you. Just before the break, I was asking you, Mr. Moore, about your understanding about Mr. Wiley. And if we could just bring up OD8 image 76 and 77. At paragraphs 208 and 209. And carrying over onto the next page, the email. This email exchange follows the March 9, 2018 meeting and indicates that Mr. Wiley appears that he is willing to consider the feasibility of plot in place on the SMA. Do you see that?
I see that.
And you'll see from Dr. Uzarowski's email referenced in paragraph 209 that Dr. Uzarowski was agreeing to investigate the feasibility of hot in place.
It appears now that he's changed his mind that it is feasible. It will take some work, but it's feasible.
Yeah, sorry, if we could, Mr. Registrar, if we could just scroll up a bit or bring it down the call out, it's you can see it with paragraph 211. Is that the reference that you're referring to where you're saying that Dr. Uzarowski has changed his view, or in this case, changed his tune?
Yeah, I believe that's supposed to be now, not no, but.
Understood. And I take it that at this time that you're having this exchange that Dr. Uzarowski never said that spending time investigating hot in place would not be advisable because there was a skid resistance hazard on the Red Hill.
Not that I can recall, no.
And indeed, if Dr. Uzarowski had any concerns about the frictional characteristics of the Red Hill at this time, what would you have expected him to have done?
I would expect him or anyone else to bring it, to our attention that there was a concern that we needed to do something imminently.
Okay.
I didn't believe that to be the case in any fashion.
All right. And if we can pull up, Mr. Registrar, HAM 54182. This is the draft Golder report provided to the city in December of 2018, following Golder's proposal to do BPT coring and PSV testing a year earlier in November 2017. You recall, I think this was brought up during the course of your testimony.
I believe so.
All right, and I know that you didn't receive a copy of this at the time, but it purports to reference communications between Golder and the city about skid resistance during your tenure, and I'd like to walk you through a few sections. And if we could just look at images 2 and 3. you'll see at the bottom of page 2, at the very last paragraph on page 2, it says, as discussed with the city, Mr. Registrar. And then it carries over onto the next paragraph. Oh, yeah, if we could just bring that all up together. And you'll see it says, as discussed with the city, if there is a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the RHVP, an immediate effective solution would be to carry out shot blasting / skid abrading of areas of concern on the existing pavement surface. This treatment is quick and relatively low cost. It restores the skid resistance and improves frictional characteristics immediately. However, it does not address pavement cracking or bumps and dips in the pavement. Other solutions could be the application of microsurfacing. However, although this improves frictional characteristics, seals the cracks, and correct minor dips in the pavement, it is significantly more expensive than shot blasting. It also requires good weather conditions for successful application. And just with respect to the first sentence where it says, as discussed with the city, if there is a concern with frictional characteristics, Golder does not state that it has a concern with the frictional characteristics at this time in December of 2018, does it?
That's not what that says, no.
All right, and you'll see that if we go now to GOL 6612, this is the original draft that we had just that we were just looking at is now revised and is in the final version dated February 28, 2019. And if you go to page 3, that language was then changed. When you see under the paragraph under the chart, it says, as was brought to the city's attention a number of times previously, an immediate effective treatment to address a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the RHVP would be to carry out shot blasting, skid abrading of areas of concern on the existing pavement surface. You see that?
I see that.
And as I understood your evidence, Mr. Moore, at no point did Dr. Uzorowski or Golder express any concerns to you about the frictional characteristics of the RHVP. Is that right?
That there was a safety concern with them or otherwise? No.
And
not that I'm aware of.
all right. And did you rely on Golder to tell you if it had any such concerns?
Golder was our pavement consultant. I mean, those are from design through construction through all the work that we had done. I would have expected that, I had no one else to tell me that of information in that regard. So they were the ones that we were trusting to give us any information in that regard.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, we can take that down. And we can bring down the Golder report entirely. During the course of your testimony, Mr. Moore, Commission Counsel asked you if you had shared the Tradewind or Golder report. I'm now talking about the draft 2014 Golder report that appended the Tradewind report with anyone. And you responded, and when you responded that if anyone had asked you for a copy, you would have provided it. Commission counsel indicated that was not her question. And so now I'm going to ask you the question. If anyone at the city had asked you for a copy of these reports, would you have shared it with them?
Yes.
Did you ever refuse to provide the Tradewind report to anyone at the city?
Not to my knowledge, no. Not that I can recall. We were still, I believe I was asked for it once, and we were still waiting for the clarification. You know, if they had said, listen, just give me the data, never mind the clarification. I've got my own guy. Great. If they said, okay, we'll wait for your clarification. And then that was all I remember.
Sure. Is there any reason why you would not have wanted colleagues in the traffic group not to have a copy of the report?
Not to have it, no. I mean, if they had their, for whatever reason, if they needed it to support whatever, then I mean, I would have needed to provide them with the context of the report and you know what it did say and what it was missing. Obviously, you don't want to simply give oh, here it is and not provide the context in which you understand it existed. So, you know, other than that, I don't know what they would have done with it, you know, had they received it.
Did you have any motivation or incentive to not provide a copy of the Tradewind report to either traffic or to Mr. Malone at SEMA?
When asked, I gave Mr. Malone the information that was, I believed that was relevant to his question in terms of the summary and the important part of the numbers that I felt that he was asking for in terms of, you know, what we got and how it compared to what we had in 2007. When outside counsel and risk asked for the report, I provided them the report. So, I mean, I discussed the report at committee. So it's not like I was hiding the fact that we'd had one and did it. Everyone knew it existed. Traffic knew it existed. I shared with them that it was done when they were asking for the crosswalk information. So,
did you stand to gain any benefit for not sharing the report with other city staff or with SEMA?
I don't believe so. I don't know what that would have been.
I want to take you to the exchange of emails that you were asked about in 2017, where Councillor Conley was seeking to obtain the friction testing results. And the best place to find that is OD7, image 183, starting there, and then carries on to 184 and 185. If you bring that up, Mr. Registrar. Thank you. You may recall that this was the exchange of correspondence, and I think you testified that you were on vacation from June 5 to June 12, 2017. If we could just, Mr. Registrar, also bring up the next page there. That's right, just shows the sequence of the various back and forth while you're away, starting on June 5, looking to get friction testing results. Do you see that? You remember you were asked a number of questions.
I do. I see it. Yes.
While you were on vacation between June 5 and June 12, did anyone contact you while you were away to advise you about Councillor Conley's request?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And if we could bring up HAM 57154. Mr. Registrar? Yes, thank you. This was the exchange you were asked about in terms of your exchange with Mr. Rabarak, assistant to Councillor Conley. You'll see in that top part of the exchange, second line, the second email from you to Mr. Riberek, dated June 27, 2017. You say, Rob, have Doug call in this regard. Thanks. And then Mr. Riberek responds saying, will do. You see that?
I do.
And as I understood this, you were asking Councillor Conley to call you to discuss this request, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you testified that you did not recall how this issue ultimately got resolved. And you didn't recall the discussion that you had with Councillor Conley, if you had.
I believe that's correct.
If the issue or the request of Councillor Conley had not been resolved, or if Councillor Conley had not been satisfied with any information that he received, would you expect Councillor Conley to have continued to follow up with you about this?
Oh, absolutely.
And do you have any recollection of Councillor Conley following up with you further about this after this exchange?
I don't.
Okay.
I am always reluctant to interrupt a colleague's examination. This is the June 5, 2017 exchange. And I just, as a matter of fairness to the witness, there is the further exchange with Mr. Riberek. I just want to ensure that the right information is put to Mr. Moore before he finalizes his evidence on that point.
This is June 27, 2017, I'm referring to.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, because it wasn't directing at any particular part of this email, I just wanted to understand there. I leave it to you. I just want to ensure that the information, that any information, additional information is provided to Mr. Moore, and it may be more helpful to go back into the OD.
Just so it's clear, so there's no confusion, my question to Mr. Moore is, after this exchange, June 27, 2017, whether he received any further follow-up from Councillor Conley on the basis that the issue hadn't been resolved, and I think he said he didn't recall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we can take that down, Mr. Registrar. Mr. Moore, you were asked a number of questions about illumination on the Red Hill. And as I understood your evidence, you said that lighting that ended up being included on the Red Hill is what was approved as a result of extensive negotiations with a number of different organizations and community groups. You recall giving that evidence?
I do.
Could you describe the EA process, the environmental assessment process?
My understanding is projects in Ontario fall under a number of different sections. Some are pre-approved, some are under municipal EAs. The EA that I'll call it the Mountain East, West, North, South Transportation Corridor project, which was the original project, was a full EA that eventually went to a consolidated hearing board for approval, and subsequently it was approved, and we started, and then funding was withdrawn by the province, and in order to satisfy the province and their funding, we had to restart the EA for the north-south portion. And the way we chose to start that was under an exemption order type of process, and it required extensive consultation with all of the groups, because if we were going to get an exemption order from the minister, then we had to ensure that he wasn't going to get letters from every group that may or may not have an opposition to the project. So there was a plan to come up with the consultation process. There was even a consultation process set up to develop the consultation process, and an extensive array of experts were brought to bear on every subject you could possibly think of. And that process of consultation and negotiation with not only those groups, but the province and the First Nations peoples resulted in what we put forward to be approved under the exemption process, or with the impact assessment and design details.
And with respect to the EA process for the Red Hill, who was involved in the EA negotiation process?
From the city's point of view, from everyone's point of view, I mean,
From the city, and who was
our director, Chris Murray, was the lead on that. There were, I believe Laura was the consultant that supported us through that process and led our consultation, and I think Ecologics was involved in documentation and preparation of the documents. There were several consultants. All the team members were involved in myself and Mr. Odie and Jennifer, in terms of attendance at meetings and directing and coordinating consultants and reports and those types of things.
and what can you tell us about what you recall from the discussion regarding complete illumination?
As I recall, there was a general opposition to full illumination in the valley, from the adjacent homeowners, to the Conservation Authority, to the people that were representing the flying squirrels from a species at risk perspective. The Niagara Escarpment Commission in particular, when we were trying to get approvals, escarpment crossing approvals, their opposition to any illumination was extensive.
Could we pull up HAM 2638, please? It's Exhibit 63. This is the LURA public consultation report. And if I can ask you to look at image 85. And if we could highlight in the right-hand box the second sentence in saying he stated, this is about, there we go. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. You'll see that Mr. Registrar has quite rightly highlighted the section I'd like to ask you about, which one more sentence to be highlighted beyond that. He stated that artificial lighting, street lighting, highway light standards, vehicle lights can affect the breeding habits of birds. However, these effects are difficult to quantify and studies are limited. Mitigation measures should aim to limit usage of light standards to intersections and on-off ramps. You see that?
I see that.
And is that consistent with some of the objections you had heard through the public consultation process about continuous illumination?
I believe it's consistent with what we were hearing about lighting. Yes.
Okay. And if we scroll over to image 142 of this document, you'll see in the third row, and if we could highlight the right-hand column, you'll see that it says table one suggests, sorry, on the left side, table one suggests that the proponent intends to install lighting along the proposed expressway, including along the viaduct. However, the impact of this lighting on nocturnal wildlife is not considered in this report. And then the response is provided on the right side saying, lighting will only be located at the ramps and at the interchange intersections. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, is that consistent with your understanding of the objections and how those objections were resolved through the public consultation process about continuous illumination?
I don't recall specific things, but the outcome was that we proposed decision point lighting to get buy-in from everyone in order to achieve the approval.
And who made that decision to submit for only partial illumination in order to get that approval?
Well, it would have been it would have been vetted by all of the consultants that it was a viable option, and then put through the team and eventually to buy-in from council. I mean, these reports were all approved to go forward in what we were going to build out there, ultimately by council.
Okay. Thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Registrar. and we can take down that this LURA document. Commission Council took you to the executive summary of the 2019 SEMA Illumination Review Report, but I wanted to take you to the actual report itself and just ask you some questions as to whether the report was consistent with your understanding of the EA. And for that, if we could bring up CIM 16288, please.
Sorry, Council, I don't believe I have that document, maybe under a different doc ID.
Sorry, let me try that again. CIM 0016288. Does that assist?
No, sorry, I still don't have that.
Okay, just a moment, sorry.
Sorry, could it be 16208?
Sorry, Mr. Registrar, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, could it be CIM 16208? Or is it for sure 288?
We're checking. All right, we're going to, we'll see if we can locate that, but in the meantime, I'll move on.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, you were asked about a conversation you had with Mr. Malone in June of 2013 regarding illumination. And as I understood your evidence, you did not recall the details of that discussion. But in terms of your what you believe you would have communicated to Mr. Malone at that time, would it have been consistent with what you understood were the limitations associated with continuous illumination that we've just reviewed through that EA process?
I say I don't recall the details of our discussion. I don't know what else, what other regard I would have been able to discuss it other than what I was aware of at the time.
Would you have told Mr. Malone that full illumination of the Red Hill was prohibited?
I don't believe I would have used that term, but without the explanation of it's not approved, and we built what we got approved.
And did you direct Mr. Malone to exclude illumination from the scope of the 2013 SEMA report?
I had no ability to direct Mr. Malone in that regard or in any fashion.
Okay. Could we pull up RHV 599? This is the staff report dated December 7, 2015. And if we could go over to image 4. you'll see in the second full paragraph, I'm sorry, on the first full paragraph, during the design and approvals phase for construction of the RHVP, a joint stewardship board of the Red Hill Valley was created, which included representation from the Haudenosaunee Six Nations. It was agreed upon at that time that lighting considerations would be restricted to only intersections and on-off ramps. The purpose for this decision was a result of the potential negative impacts to the surrounding ecosystems. You see that, Mr. Moore?
I see it, yes.
And is that consistent with your understanding of the limitations around illumination at the time that the Red Hill was constructed?
And we proposed, yes, that it would be decision point lighting, which is the intersections and the off ramps. And I mean, the opposition was to full illumination was for the most part due to potential impacts to the ecosystem. So for the most part, that's a correct characterization of what I was aware of at the time. Yes.
Yeah. And if we can take that down, Mr. Registrar, and bring up CIM 17450.0001. Yes. This is the September 19, 2016 lighting staff report. And if we look at the last paragraph on this page, the original environmental assessments completed for the link and RHVP included a review of lighting. It was identified that through the Red Hill Creek Valley, that lighting would have a detrimental environmental impact and lighting restrictions were imposed. Decisions regarding adding lighting on the link and or Red Hill would require and updating the original EA so that the impacts of lighting could be re-examined. It would be prudent to delay any such EA review so that it may be coupled with other proposed changes such as the widening of the link RHVP to 6 lanes. And is that consistent with your understanding of the limitations around illumination?
I believe it's consistent with the overall. We could only build what was approved, and hence you couldn't do anything else without revisiting the EA. So I believe that's a correct characterization of that.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down, Mr. Registrar. You'll recall during your testimony, Ms. Lawrence had asked you about the Public Works Committee meeting in December of 2015 and the specific, we listened to the audio recording of that meeting in which Councillor Collins had expressed the view that he didn't want to delay in doing the illumination review and wanted to start the process to look at selective or full lighting without delay. Do you recall being asked about listening to that portion of the meeting and then being asked some questions about that?
I believe I do.
And as I understood your evidence, you said that you understood that Councillor Collins was looking for what a report detailing what it would take if they decided to do full illumination. And as part of your response to Ms. Lawrence's question, you said staff don't just take action from a verbal request from councillors in a committee unless it's a direction that is recorded in the minutes. And Commission Council noted that there was a direction coming out of this, but I don't believe that she took you to it. And so I do want to just bring you to the direction that came from this meeting. And I think the easiest place to find it will be at from the September 2016 report to council, which can be found at CIM 17450.0001. Just bring that up, Mr. Registrar. Thank you. And you'll see there it records the council direction on the first full paragraph under the table. See that, Mr. Moore?
This meeting is December Public Work Staff. Okay, yes.
And so am I correct that coming out of the December 7, 2015 Public Works Committee meeting, staff were directed to report on the cost and process of investigating improved lighting system on the RHVP?
That's what it says.
And looking at this, I take it that there was no direction set out here as to the timing by which staff were being directed to carry out that report.
There's none noted here. Typically, you would note the full extent of any direction. Report back by December or January or the next possible meeting or something like to that effect. But it doesn't appear that here.
And if council had wished to put as part of its direction a time frame by which that direction was to be carried out, in your experience, is that something that would have been included in the formal council direction?
Yes, we were no stranger to having timelines requested or imposed, however you want to interpret them. If council committee, in this case, deemed them urgent, otherwise they were left to the discretion of staff of when they could get it back to them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Registrar, we can take down this document. And could we bring up OD6 images 79 to 80? And I'm interested in paragraphs 203 to 205, which we have you were taken to this exchange of emails with Mr. Lupton, and you were asked some questions by Ms. Lawrence about this. And I understood your evidence when you were being asked about this exchange is that you were frustrated at what you had understood to be council's direction regarding illumination at that time. Is that right?
I believe that's correct.
And you were asked about that and the tone and the exchange of your communication with Mr. Lupton, but I don't believe Commission Council took you to the follow-up email that deals with how this then is dealt with, which is at image 86 at paragraph 224. And this is the email that you send to Mr. Lupton, Mr. White, Mr. Lokes, Mr. Field, Mr. McGuire, and Nancy Clark on January 15, 2014, regarding the conversation that you had with Councillor Collins. And here you write, I talked to Councillor Collins after PW, I take that's Public Works.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
On Monday, regarding his expectations regarding the outstanding lighting report for the Mud Street interchange. He is not expecting anything until the improvements suggested and approved in your last report have been implemented and have had a reasonable time to be able to comment on their effectiveness or not. I would say he's not looking for anything in 2014 or maybe beyond. Ms. Clark, this is an OBL item that will have to go beyond this term of council and cannot at this time be given date, at least not in certainty before Q4 2015. Do you see that?
I see that.
And did this exchange that you had with Councillor Collins clarify the issue that you were frustrated about that you had been expressing to Mr. Lupton in that prior email exchange?
I would have to say yes. I believe it. It did. I believe that was the reason I was talking to Councillor Collins.
And how did that resolve that that frustration, having that discussion with Councillor Collins?
Well, from here, I mean, I don't recall the conversation directly, but it from the text here, he wasn't looking. I believed I was under the impression that they were looking for another report in addition to the report they'd already asked for. So this clarification was that, no, we're still looking for the original report. It was just a clarification of that.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Rushar, you can take that down. You'll recall during your evidence, Mr. Moore, you were asked a number of questions about comments you made with respect to the 2015 draft SEMA report. And I just want to go through a few of those with you. And I just want to have an understanding of the purpose of your comments generally. And I think the easiest place to pull this up would be at OD7, images 43 and 44. At paragraphs 131 and 132. I don't know if we need to enlarge them if you're able to read them. Can you see them well enough?
I can see them, yeah.
Okay. you'll see at paragraph 132 in the text of the email, Mr. Ferguson emails you under the subject line RHVP link report. He says, as you're aware, I'm just finalizing the RHVP link report, and I've included the following recommendations that impact engineering services. And then he lists out that list of recommendations. And then if we go over to the page, to page 45, you respond by saying in paragraph 134 that you were not aware, and you then set out your comments, which Commission Counsel took you to during the course of your evidence. And following this exchange, as I understood your evidence, you then meet with SEMA and traffic on October 20, 2015. Do you recall that? Or you were asked about that?
Not particularly, sorry.
Okay, fair enough. If we need, let's go to OD7. Image 50. At paragraph 152, October 28, Mr. Ferguson responds to you by email saying, do you have any comments on the RHV report, or are they general and similar in nature to the link comments? Paragraph 153, you respond to Mr. Ferguson saying generally the same, especially in the calculation of costs and benefits, but there's more, here it is. And my question is this the first time, Mr. Moore, that you reviewed the draft 2015 SEMA report? So we looked at the fact that you had received the draft recommendations that were sent to you, but around this time, October 28, 29, 2015, is that the first time that you have an opportunity to look at the draft 2015 SEMA report?
I don't know.
Okay.
Given that I wasn't aware that he was doing a staff report, I don't know that he was summarizing. The fact that he sent it to me for review implies that I hadn't seen it before, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay. But is this, when we look at, and we looked at when you were being asked by Ms. Lawrence questions about the comments that you made in the draft SEMA report, is that the first time that you had made any comments in the report itself?
I believe those were my initial comments. I don't think I had multiple times. I just made comments and then reviewed them with.
And what did you perceive your role to be in providing the comments that you did to Mr. Ferguson?
Not being involved as a stakeholder along the way in the development of it and discussions, I assume they're just looking for my general comment. I had extensive experience with consultant reports and preparing them and finalizing them. So I assume they were looking for the benefit of my experience. I don't know that there was anything else. I had no real say or involvement in the process.
And I see that you sent your comments to Mr. Ferguson, but you're not sending your comments directly to SEMA. And I guess my question is, whose decision was it as to whether or not to present your comments on the draft report to SEMA?
It would have been the group that was directing them, who had hired them and given them the mandate and was directing them throughout the process.
If we can bring up HAM 690 in native format, if we could, Mr. Registrar. We looked at, or you were asked about this during the course of your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. And if we could go to image 41. Thank you. And Mr. Moore, you were asked by Commission Counsel, and the suggestion was made to you that you deleted this section with the intention to remove the friction testing recommendation from the 2015 SEMA report. And as I understood your evidence, you said that you did not believe the discussion was in the right context here, and that you were making these comments so that there would be some opportunity for discussion about these comments later on. And I want to just make sure I've got your evidence clear on this point. Could we look at image 52 of this document? This is under section 9, the recommendations section. And if you go to image 54, it sets out SEMA's recommendations. Oh, image 54, yes, thank you. This sets out SEMA's recommendations in its report with respect to friction testing. And it's apparent from this that you don't propose in your markup with your comments a deletion of this recommendation. Is that right?
No, I simply wanted to point out that there's no frame of reference for this testing so that they can be aware of what they're exactly asking for.
And in the context of what I think you said earlier about wanting this as an opportunity to have a discussion, I just want to understand, is that consistent with what you were seeking to achieve by inserting that comment and combined with the deletion that you had proposed earlier on?
I mean, it was usual to ask someone for their comments in advance of some sort of a review, or even if, a callback that says, what did you mean here? I didn't have any expectation that they would just take them carte blanche and either accept them or delete them out of hand. So.
Okay. While we're on this, could we go to image 32 and 33? This deals with the pavement surface. I just want to look at, Mr. Registrar, if we could also bring up image 33 next to it. And there's a graph. Sorry, on the next page, 26, I guess. Yes. You'll see there, this graph, as I understand it, provides a breakdown of the collision frequency over time. And looking at the numbers and my understanding or review of this graph, Mr. Moore, is that it shows that the frequency of wet surface collisions have decreased since 2013. When you look at that red line dropping down from 2013 at 50 down to 25 in 2015. Do you see that?
I see that.
And do you recall being aware of that graph showing that decline in wet surface collisions between 2013 and 2015 when you reviewed the draft 2015 SEMA report?
It's possible, but I don't recall specifically seeing that. So I can't say that I did or didn't.
Okay, thank you. Can we look, we can take that down, Mr. Registrar. And I now want to look at the January 2018 staff report, which can be found at HAM 46147. And if we go to Appendix A, which can be found at image 12, you'll see that this has the, in the appendix to the report that has the list of the countermeasures and their status. And you'll see that the fifth row up from the bottom. I'm sorry, if we look at, yes, the fifth line up from the bottom, conduct friction pavement testing medium, and it says completed. Did you review this table?
Is this not a 218 report?
Yes, January 218.
No, then I wasn't in Public Works at that time. In 218. Oh, yes, until May. Not that I recall. I don't know whether I had an opportunity to review this or not.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, you can take that down. Mr. Commissioner, I have, I may be nearing the end of my examination. There's a couple of points that I wanted to check on,
Sure.
as well as there's that one document.
Suggesting we take a lunch at this point?
I think that would be, yeah, I think that'd be appropriate. And then I think I won't have very much time left at all to complete my examination.
Okay. Well, it's 10 to 1 now. Why don't we return at 2:10?
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. So I just wanted to touch upon one area that I had asked Mr. Moore you about a little short while ago, and I just wanted to make sure I've covered it off. If we could go to OD7, image 187, Mr. Registrar. This is, again, I just wanted to bring you back, Mr. Moore, to the questions I was asking you earlier about the exchange with Councillor Conley on June 27 that led to the that setting up of that phone call. And it's at paragraph 550, which talks about June 27, 17 at 11:23 a.m. Mr. Moore responded to Mr. Rybarek. He wrote, "Rob, have Doug call in this regard. Thanks." And then Mr. Rybarek forwarded this email to Councillor Conley a few minutes later, writing, "FYI, Gary is at extension 2382. And then bring that down. And 551, Mr. Rybarek responded to Mr. Moore, "Will do." And then the one point that I didn't bring to you when we were last looking at this this morning, Mr. Moore, is just over on the page 188 at 553. Same day, June 27, 2017, at 4:06 p.m., Councillor Conley emailed you under the subject line, Gary friction testing, copying Mr. Rybarek, saying, "Gary, have you got any information or results from the pavement friction testing done last year?" And so I just wanted to be clear that it's clear from this exchange, Mr. Moore, that if you did have a call with Mr. Conley, as you had invited in your email at 11:23 a.m., it obviously hadn't taken place by 4:06 p.m. When you get that email from Councillor Conley. Is that fair?
I believe so.
Okay. But then I was asking you about in the event that a call was had subsequently or at some point after this exchange or this email at 4:06 p.m. with Councillor Conley, I believe your evidence was that you couldn't recall whether you had such a telephone call with Councillor Conley. And so I just want to be clear, Mr. Moore, that if Councillor Conley had been of the view that this issue that he had been requesting in this exchange of emails had not been resolved after this email sent at 4:06 p.m. on June 27, 2017, what would you have expected him to have done if it had not been resolved to his satisfaction after that?
Well, I might have considered one of two things, that he would either continue chasing me or possibly go on to the general manager in that regard if he didn't get the information he was looking for.
Okay. And then after receiving this email from Councillor Conley, and I take it you don't recall whether or not you had the discussion with him, but did you ever get any further follow-up or chasing from him after this point?
I don't have anything to indicate that there was any further discussion in this regard from him. So, and I don't recall.
And anything from the city manager to that effect?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Those are my questions.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you. I do have some questions. Mr. Moore, you were asked this morning about the management meeting that that Dr. Uzarowski mentioned in an email to Tradewin when requesting the Tradewin report. Remember those back and forth this morning?
I do.
And you said you didn't believe that you would tell him there was a management meeting if there wasn't one, right? You remember
I remember saying that, yes.
I'm just going to take you back into to that back and forth. Make sure I have my reference correct. Give me 1 second. Registrar, can you bring up page 87, please? 230 and 231, I believe.
Sorry, Council, page 87 of which document?
Pardon me, OD6.
Thank you.
You can pull it 230 and 231, please. So in the second email, Dr. Uzarowski says he needs my summary before noon. You see that at the very bottom?
I see that.
All right, you can close that down, Registrar. And then if you can go to the page 88. And then at 233, and you don't need to call that out, Registrar, he sends you the email, the January 24th email at 11:44, so 15 minutes before noon. So leaving aside whether you told Dr. Uzarowski why you needed the results, a management meeting, some other reason, you agree that you did ask Dr. Uzarowski to get you results by noon. So I just want to confirm your evidence on that.
I don't have any evidence either way. Other than I believe I immediately emailed them to
To Tom, to Mr.
Yes. Senior's moment. Yes, immediately
okay,
following that. So it would
Okay.
make sense that I may have, but I don't recall.
Okay, so you don't recall giving him any, you don't recall asking him for it?
I don't, no, I don't.
Okay, you don't recall giving him any deadline?
It's possible, but I just don't recall.
Okay. Just sure you can take that down. You were asked some questions this morning by Ms. McIver about what you understood about the early age SMA friction issue that the MTO had identified. And I understood your evidence to be that you thought that the Red Hill did not have the same concern or the same kinds of numbers that the MTO had been getting on its own roads. Did I understand your evidence when Ms. McIver was examining you correctly?
I believe I was made aware of the issue MTO was having in that regard. And then when we received the test results, they indicated that we didn't have that issue with our road.
So the early age friction issue is that when the pavement is first placed, the friction is not great, but over time, the MTO came to realize that over time it got better. Once the road got used, that friction numbers increased. Is that how you understood the issue that the MTO was wanting to test the Red Hill for? Sorry, let me rephrase that. You understood that the issue around early age friction was that on initial placement, friction's not very good, but it does get better over time. Did you understand that?
I understood that it got better with time, but I also understood that the early age low friction numbers were so bad that they couldn't open the road.
Okay. And I think your evidence both today and I think when I was questioning you earlier was that you understood the Red Hill did not have had friction numbers or friction values that were better than what the MTO was typically seeing on early age friction pavement. Is that right?
No. Better numbers of friction, period. It only becomes an early age concern if it doesn't meet whatever their criteria was.
Okay. So when you were examined by Mr. Lewis, you gave evidence that you understood that friction numbers on the Red Hill would increase over time. Do you remember giving that evidence?
I believe so. I knew I was aware that, or under that impression that yes, they were going to get better, which was consistent with what MTO was telling us with regard to their issue.
Okay, so I think that's where I'm getting confused. Did you understand in 2007 that the Red Hill numbers didn't have any early age friction issues? That they were as good as a road without an early age friction issue problem? Or did you understand that the Red Hill had some early age friction problem and the friction numbers were going to go up, but those numbers were not as bad as the MTO was seeing on their own roads?
So I believe there's a little bit of confusion in the reference to the numbers. You were doing early age friction tests. If those tests are below some threshold, then there's an early age friction issue. If the tests are not below that threshold and are good, then you don't have a quote unquote early age friction issue. Your friction numbers are good to go and they'll do nothing but climb. I hope that clarifies.
It does clarify. And I think, what was built into my question was that eventually the MTO realized that SMA with problematic friction numbers upon once installed, that they did end up getting better over time. And that the early age issue that MTO was seeing resolved itself as the road was used. Did you become aware that the MTO learned that as they were assessing their SMA placement?
That's not my understanding. Their problem was that the early age friction numbers that they were finding were so low that they had to adopt a number of steps to artificially raise the numbers to a threshold where they could actually put traffic on it and then get the normal type of rise. So that was their issue, was that they were so low, they had to take artificial steps. Not that, okay, we've got low, but they're going to get higher eventually. They knew that, but the problem was that they were so low that they had to do these other steps.
I understand. So that's in 2007 that's what you knew. In 2007, that the MTO was having problems with their SMA and they had to put steps on it so that they could open the roads. Was that your understanding in 2007?
I believe I can't put a date on exactly when, but I did know that early on.
Okay. And did you come to learn at some point after 2007 that the early age friction issue that the MTO had identified, actually over time, it did resolve once traffic was actually on the road, that the friction the friction values increased?
I believe so. I believe I understood that.
Okay. And do you recall when you came to understand that?
I believe it was all part and parcel of the beginning. That they knew it was going to increase if they could get the traffic on it, but it was so low, they didn't want to put the traffic on it to reach the certain threshold. That was their conundrum.
Right.
After it reached that threshold, they were good. It was going to get nothing but better. So I believe it was all, I don't believe that was separate bits of knowledge.
Okay. To your understanding, does friction increase over time on non-SMA roads?
I don't know.
Okay. We went through this when I was examining you, and then this morning you went through this with Mr. Letterman. You obtained the friction test. You sought out the friction test as part of in response to the back and forth with Mr. White and Mr. McClellan following from the September rainstorms. Remember that series of events?
I do.
And I believe that you said to in response to a question from Mr. Letterman that you didn't have any concerns about safety at the time that you asked Golder to obtain the friction testing. Is that right?
I believe I said that.
Okay. And in a response to a questions about the trade wind report, you said that, pardon me, questions from Mr. Letterman. You said you testified that the UK standard just leapt out at you when you read the Golder report and the trade wind report. Do you remember saying that this morning?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So just so that I understand, I understand your evidence generally over the last several days to be that friction testing is not an analysis that's used to assess pavement condition. Is that right?
It's not something that's been adopted as a metric that's routinely used. No.
Right. And in fact, this morning, Mr. Letterman took you to this. The initial proposal from Golder in 2013 didn't include doing friction testing. It included other kinds of tests.
That's correct.
So if friction testing was not common for assessing the pavement condition, and you had obtained it for the benefit of Mr. McClellan, or at least in response to his question, why didn't you just send over the trade wind report to Mr. White and Mr. McClellan and then just say, I don't really understand this, you can deal with it? Why didn't you do that?
I wasn't in the habit of offloading, half-done stuff to somebody else when I'd been asked to do it. They were numbers. One's in risk and one's in traffic. Neither of them are engineers. I said I would do it, and I'd hired Golder to give me that information. So, I mean, it never occurred to me to send anything half finished on.
Okay. Did you feel any obligation, colleague to colleague, to eventually provide the results that you had said you would obtain to them?
Mr. Commissioner, I believe this question has already been asked of this witness during the course of Ms. Lawrence's questioning over the last 3 days.
You know, you're very right, Mr. Letterman. I can move on. Mr. Moore, you said this morning there's a back and forth with Mr. Letterman where he was asking you about your understanding that the MTO friction results and the Tradewind friction results, the actual values, were apples to apples. And he asked you if there was some qualification or limitation on how to interpret the comparison of these numbers. What would you have expected Dr. Uzarowski to advise you at the time when he provided this information to you? And that question was just after looking at the 2014 email. And then you responded the same information that he provided 5 years later or 4 years later when he told me that they weren't apples to apples and that the grip test numbers were more conservative. I mean, I didn't believe there was anything in the report or anything in the summary he ever provided to indicate otherwise. And so you mentioned Dr. Uzarowski providing the same information to you that those figures were not apples to apples 5 years later or 4 years later, and that the grip tester numbers were more conservative. What can you tell me about that, the time when Dr. Uzarowski conveyed that information to you and how or whether it met your expectations?
I don't know what, can you clarify what expectations I was, with regard to what? With regard to Golder's actions or?
Yeah. Mr. Lemon had said, what would you expected Dr. Uzarowski to advise you and in respect of what he advised you in 2014? And you said the same information that he provided 4 or 5 years later when he told me they weren't apples to apples and the grip tester numbers were more conservative. So I'm just trying to understand, first question, tell me a little bit more about when the circumstance where he provided you that information, and 2, how or if that met your expectations when he did convey that information to you.
I believe it was in some correspondence that we had reviewed that you showed me with regard to Ludimir finally responding to my reply. And first of all, I don't believe it was responsive to the questions that I had asked him with regard to the British standard. Secondly, that's great. You're telling me now that after 4 years, the numbers that I'm looking at aren't apples to apples. So I was obviously disappointed in the timing of that information being finally provided. C, without any further information, it virtually rendered the report useless to me.
Okay. I'm trying to understand you. So your evidence this morning was when he provided me with information that they weren't apples to apples, and I'm not sure what correspondence you're talking about, or whether there was some other experience where Dr. Uzarowski provided you with information that those numbers were not apples to apples.
I don't know what correspondence that was.
You just said, I understood there was some correspondence.
There was some correspondence from Ludimir, I believe, that showed that information, that the grip tester was more conservative and other information. So I don't know what I don't know what exact exhibit or reference that was, but I believe it was in 2016 or 17 when he finally did provide that type of information.
Okay, and I don't mean to confuse. I'm trying not to. Do you recall having any discussions with him about that? Is that what you were referring to, or is it only written correspondence?
I believe it was the first time and the only time I remember seeing it was in that correspondence.
Okay, and in your recollection, was that correspondence directed to you, and did you review it at the time that it was sent?
I'm just going to,
I'd like him to answer the question first, and then we can ask, unless it's an objection, of course. My apologies.
no, it's not an objection, but I'm wondering whether it would assist to actually put the correspondence up so that he can answer the question.
No, I'd like his memory before I go to that. Recognizing that his memory seems to be confused, I'd like to understand what he believes he's talking about first.
Well, if you're recognizing that the witness appears to be confused, then it appears that it would be most appropriate to put the correspondence before him.
I think we can ask him to describe in whatever detail he can recall a correspondence, and then we'll proceed to put a particular piece of correspondence, I guess, before him and see whether that's what he's referring to. I don't think we should prejudge his answer. Go ahead.
My question, which he didn't answer, was your recollection that the correspondence was directed at you?
I believe it was.
And is it correspondence that one of the council has brought you to today? Is that what's in your mind right now?
I don't know whether it was today or yesterday.
Okay. Was it the pieces of correspondence that Mr. Letterman raised with you, that the payment evaluation final report from Golder? There was some language, and then Mr. Letterman took you to a second thing, and there was different language. Is that what you're talking about? Okay.
I don't know.
So again, and I just want the evidence to be very, very clear. You said in response to Mr. Letterman today that there was information that Dr. Urzowski told you that the numbers were not apples to apples and that the grip test numbers were more conservative. Apart from this piece of correspondence that you're thinking about, was there any other circumstance, any other time where Dr. Urzowski provided that kind of information to you?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay.
Are you going to take him to the correspondence?
No, I don't think that this is going to get clarified, and I think he's clarified it to my satisfaction. Commissioner, if you'd like me to take him to it, I can.
I think if there's a particular piece of correspondence, we should put that before him to see whether that has any relevance.
Sure, I'll have to pull up pull it up. I might get this wrong because I'm just going from my notes. I'm HAM 46147. I suspect that's not actually no. Apologies, registrar, you can take it down. Just give me a moment to attempt to find the correspondence that Mr. Moore may be referring to. And Mr. Letterman, of course, if you have it handy, you can let me know.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lawrence, I didn't hear you.
If you have it handy, these are I think that Mr. Moore has said that it's the two documents that he took you to this morning. So if you have those references handy, I'm just looking for them right now.
It isn't a document that I took him to this morning. I'm referring to the correspondence that is contained in the OD that addresses the points that Mr. Moore was describing, that Dr. Urzowski was providing clarification about, which I'll give you the page references. It's OD7, referred to at page 113, paragraphs 362 to 364.
Why don't we bring those up? Register, you might not have got, oh, look at you. Thank you. Sorry. In 361, Dr. Register, why don't you pull up 361 and 362 just so we have it? Dr. Uzarowski emailed Mr. Taylor and asked for information about correlation. And then Mr. Taylor responded. He included a paper. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? And then Dr. Uzarowski responded and said, thank you, and asked, sorry, I'm in 363. And asked for any values for the grip test used in Canada. I'm going to close that down. And then Mr. Taylor responded by email saying he wasn't aware of anything. And now we're at March. You can close that down. And then Dr. Uzarowski made a note in his notebook, Gary Moore. And then in March, he made some notes in his notebook. So as far as I understand it, there's nothing in the inquiry's records that you ever received this correspondence. Is it your evidence that you did receive this correspondence between Mr. Taylor and Dr. Uzarowski?
No, it was this information that I was
okay. And
recalling. I had thought I had seen a memo that I hadn't recalled from Ludemer giving me this information, but.
Well, I did take you through it that on March 6th, he made some entries in his notebook. It says spec profile results, blasting and micro. And then from there, he then goes and tries, and then after what appears to be a meeting with you, notes of a meeting with you, he goes and he asks for information about shot blasting. And earlier you told the inquiry in response to my questions that Dr. Uzarowski didn't convey to you that the numbers were apples to apples and didn't convey that the grip tester numbers were more conservative. But this morning you said quite clearly 4 or 5 years later when he conveyed this to me. And so I'm trying to understand your evidence. Can you assist with that?
Other than I was mistaken, I had thought I had seen correspondence. I'm not sure quite how the question came to me. But given all this, I don't recall ever seeing correspondence or being told from him any clarification with regard to the British standard. I was a little surprised in that I hadn't recalled the information about the grip tester, but I've seen so many memos and so many documents, and my head is spinning.
That's fair. It's a lot of information. I think we have your evidence on this point. You can take the OD down. Mr. Letterman asked you this morning did you ever refuse to provide the trade wind report to anyone at the city? And your response was, not to my knowledge. No, not that I can recall. We were still, I believe I was asked for it once and we were still waiting for clarification, and they had said, listen, just give me the data. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm reading through the translations, the transcriptions. Give me the data. If for clarification, I've got my own guy. Great. Okay, we'll wait for your clarification, and that's all I remember. So I'm sorry. I think I've muddled that. That was from the transcription from this morning. From my notes and my recollection, you said, I believe I was asked for it once, and we were still waiting for clarification. And if they had come and said, wait, I've got my own guy, great, then you would have given it to them. I think that's what your evidence was this morning. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. When you say I was asked for it once, I don't know what you're referring to. Do you have any more insight into when you say I was asked for it once? I can take you to one email that I think might be it, but I'm not sure. So
Let's try that.
Okay. You can go to OD7, page 112, paragraph 356. Wait, yeah. Is this what you were thinking of this morning when you said that?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so this was right after the LBCC back and forth, where Mr. Ferguson said said to the LBCC that friction testing would be done in 2016. And I don't believe that there was any email request. This email, and actually maybe we'll go into the email just so that you can see how it looks. Can you go registrar to HAM 58666? I'm sorry, I might have said that too quickly. HAM 58666. And if you can bring up image 2. So this email starts with the delegation request from LBCC being added. Diana Cameron flips that to a number of people, including you. So this is after the delegation is added. This is after Mr. Ferguson has said that friction tests will be done in 2016. And then you respond to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Lupton, and the subject line is about the delegation request. And you say, FYI, some skid resistance friction testing has been done. So can you give the inquiry any other information about how or why you sent this email to Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Lupton at this time?
This is after Dave responded to the LBCC,
it is. So it's February 16th that he responds and says that the friction testing will be completed. And then on February 16th, you respond, perfect. And then the delegation request goes in for the upcoming Public Works Committee meeting, and the delegation request includes LBCC on for discussion. At the end of the day, they don't actually make any, they don't proceed with it, but that's what you have when you send this response. You gave some evidence about this. I'm really just trying to understand, given what you said this morning, I believe I was asked for it once and we were still waiting for clarification. So maybe I'll start with this.
So-
Did Mr. Ferguson or Mr. Lupton ask you orally for an update in or around February 25th?
I don't know. I don't recall. It's very possible. I don't know why out of the blue I would have sent them this.
Well, it's not out of the blue because there is this delegation request that's dealing with it.
Yes, but I mean, it seems to answer a question, so I'm not sure on why I would have sent it to him, but when I was answering the question this morning, I believe this had been in response to a request for the report, but it's obviously, I don't believe it is now. So this was the only time that I thought that I had been directly asked for the report.
Okay, so
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Commissioner, but if Ms. Lawrence is putting the sequence of events to the witness, I'm just not sure why you're not also putting paragraph 355 to the witness to assist him in answering that question.
because 355, to my knowledge, isn't copied to Mr. Moore.
I understand that, but you're asking him for the explanation for why he is saying what he can recall. And you walked him through the sequence of events, but then skipped over the email communication that he's not copied on, but seems to make reference to the fact that there was some request made of Gary.
Sure, let's do that. Can we go to back to the overview document 7, page 112, paragraph. Let's actually just keep the whole page up. And in fact, can you bring up 111 as well? Thank you. So you'll see at 350, Mr. Moore, that's Mr. Ferguson's email about the LBCC, in which he commits to doing he commits that the engineering services is going to do friction testing. You respond perfect. Ms. Leduc has a back and forth with Ms. Wunderlich because I believe it's because the delegation hasn't gone out, and then it goes out the top of 112. So now we're at the bottom of the emails that we were just looking at. Ms. Cameron forwards that to Mr. Mader, Mr. Matthews Malone, Ms. Matthews Malone, Mr. McKinnon, you, and Mr. Murdoch. And Mr. Lupton responds, now I'll have to double check. I'm not sure if you're copied on that response. Hey guys, let's make sure we send. We have some history on this one. I'm pretty sure you're not copied on that, but I can double check that. Later in that day, Mr. White responds to Mr. Lupton, Mr. Mader, and Mr. Ferguson, and not you, saying it's about safety stuff. The issue is mostly the asphalt friction test, which Gary says was done. We have asked for a copy of the results, but we haven't seen it yet. And then independently, in a different email chain, you respond about the roughness skid testing. Just looking at that whole chain, assist you in refreshing your memory about what you were talking about this morning when you said, I believe I was asked for it once.
I believe I was referring to this email on 356 that I had seen previously. Because I'm still trying to get analysis for it and put it into context. So, which implied to me that I was still holding on to it to get clarification before I could give out anything. But other than saying it might have been in response to the email that is in 354 that I am CC'd on or sent directly to, that I was just, giving the history, that in case someone didn't remember it. Other than that, I don't know.
Okay. I think I went through in your evidence that Mr. White said in the same email, we've asked for a copy of the results, but we haven't seen them yet. And then you said this morning, I believe I was asked once, but you didn't identify if you could recall who asked you. Can you recall now who asked you once for results?
And no, I don't recall.
Okay. And your evidence remains that that you were asked for the friction testing results once, and then this was your response in 356.
I believe at the time, yes, that's what it was for.
Okay, and that's the only time from 2014 to 2018 in May when you left, apart from Ms. Crawford, that you were asked for, I guess, and Mr. Connolly's emails that we just looked at, that you were asked for copies of friction test results?
The only other time was Mr. Malone.
Of course.
I shared the summary results with him.
Okay, and of course, when if it was an ask, but when you raised it at the council meeting. So,
Yes.
But apart from those times, you don't recall being asked for friction test results at any other time?
No, I do not.
Okay. Not the results nor an actual report. You mean
for the report? Yes.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, just let me look through my notes just for the moment. Commissioner, it's been obviously a very long 5 days, and I appreciate Mr. Moore's attention, including today. Could we take a 5-minute break just so that I can ensure that I have carefully looked at all of the evidence he gave to other participants before I conclude my examination?
On the assumption that council do not have any problem with that, let's take a 5-minute break and return at 3:05.
Mr. Commissioner, thank you for the brief break, just for me to check my notes. I have no further questions of this witness, and thank him very much for his time and attention.
Okay. Well, then, Mr. Moore, it's been a very long 5 days for all of us, but I'm sure it's been particularly long for you. We appreciate your attending the inquiry and your patience in going through this testimony. You're excused if you want to leave. And with respect to the rest of us, I don't think there's anything further that we have to do today. So I guess for the record, we're now taking a 2-week scheduled break. The next week on which witnesses are available is the week of August the 8th, but I believe the first witness is not available until the 10th. So we would stand adjourned now until 9:30 a.m. On August the 10th. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone a pleasant couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.